Hello everybody, welcome. For those of you who don't know, I am StealthBlade98, also known as Jaeger06 on YouTube, also known as Tom, or Thomas. Or if you're on Discord, you may know my handle known as Twiz, T-W-I-S, or Twizzy as some people call it as a joke. Kind of like Twizzler. Or CFB. welcome. Now today we have an interesting playthrough. A new one. Yes, I make a lot of new playthroughs. Don't really get a chance to finish all of them. But today we're playing Vampire the Masquerade Swansong. Now, I remember looking at this game and I saw the Vampire in the Masquerade months ago. I'm like, oh sweet, a vampire game. But when I looked at it, it was like an MMO style game. It didn't really have storyline to it. It was online required. And I thought to myself, nah, it sounds cool, but I'm not into. I'm into storyline now. Now, when I looked at this, when I saw this, I was like, huh. So I viewed product, right, and I scrolled down, and I saw offline play only. I'm like, ooh, really? And then when I looked at this, it's a story-based game with choices will decide the fate of Boston. And I thought to myself, now this is what I'm talking about. Now this one, the Werewolf the Apocalypse Earthbound, this is actually interesting because I just saw this now. What does this game say? It's offline play only. Okay, let's check this out. A unique experience full of savage combat and mystical adventures inspired a famous role-playing game. You are Kahal, a powerful Garou who chose to go into exile after losing his control of his destructive rage on his quest for redemption and blood. Kahal plays a crucial role in the great war between Gauss and Endron, a powerful oil company that serves the worm, whose destruction is ravaging the planet. He can transform into a wolf and a Krynos, a huge ferocious beast. Now, lycanthropes is actually another one of my things I do like, but not as much as vampires. I love the allure of vampirism. As you guys should know if you've been watching my gameplay throughs, including Vampire. Really, even though the audio is actually not that great on that, I actually do enjoy those type of games because it's one of those forbidden fruit style lifestyles, you know what I mean? Like, you look at this and you see what they are and you get turned off, but part of me is like, no, I like it, I want to see more of it. You know, it's weird like that, but I actually do like those type of games. And I like to unfortunately, if you guys were watching me the last time I was recording on Saints Row, you may have remember I referred to someone on the Discord server I was at named Zen. He decided to leave the server at the time. I mean, he's on another server I'm at, but I don't really talk as much on other servers other than the one I'm currently at right now because it feels more like close knit. Like there seems like a lot of people in there, but really it's only 8 people talk or 10 people talk consistently. So to me, it feels like a close knit group of people who do whatever. But he's not there. But he'll be notified when I upload my videos. Which, by the way, I am uploading my videos as we speak. I'm uploading a video that I know no one's gonna watch, but I want to upload it just for the sake of uploading it. The end of my part 5 of my NHL 19 story mode. I'm uploading Saints Row 1 female boss part and part 7 of my Mass Effect playthrough I was doing last Sunday, I think it was last Sunday, yeah. Holy shit, man. I don't know, I mean, I'll say this later because it's not really appropriate right now. I mean, it's something sexual anyway. It's just something I would rather say for later. Anyway, but yeah, you know, so this is something I'm definitely gonna look into playing as well at some point. Werewolf the Apocalypse Earthbound. I'm probably going to end up getting this just because it's full game plus Gaia pack DLC. I'm all about all that. So I'm actually going to wishlist this so I can look at it later. But this one really was interesting to me because this is like an RPG kind of, and every choice you make to turn. I don't know how the game plays. I don't know if it's like an actual action game. It says role playing, so I don't know. It doesn't actually say like this. So we'll see whether or not I actually continue playing this game. If it's the same, if it's an action game kind of like Vampire, I'll definitely keep playing it. But we'll definitely say, because this says it's a narrative RPG. So for all I know, it could also be kind of like a point and click game. But again, we'll have to see on that. I'm really interested in how this game plays. But I do have this. I haven't downloaded it yet. The Disciples Liberation looked interesting. I actually have it saved. This is another Final Fantasy game. It's currently in the mix. And the Origins of Blind Maid. No idea what this is about. Oh. Ain't this a pretty picture? I don't know why they zoomed in on her eyes like this, but offline only just came out. It's offline. Oh, it's a first-person shooter. Okay. Okay. Sure. Why not? Oh no! What the fuck did I just do? Let's go back. I'll follow this. Anyway, let's jump into Vampire the Masquerade, the Swansong. Let's see how it plays for like an hour and a half, 2 hours. I'm going to jump back into one of these puppies. So, let's get to it, my friends. Let's see how this game works. I like the aspect of that, you know, the look. And just for warning, I am eating, so you may hear this. That's me eating. I can hear shit. I wanted that was intended. And if you're wondering what I'm eating, it's baked ziti. I love it. Yeah. Oh, I'm hearing something, but it's really low. Okay. It's louder now. Alright. That's better. Graphics. What's the bonuses? Emin Louis Deluxe Appearance. Galeb Bazori Deluxe Appearance. And Laisha Deluxe Appearance. Okay. Game. Interesting. I wonder if I could like. What happens if I do this? Oh no, you know, no, because I'm actually trying to find someone to learn Spanish. Because a lot of my coworkers are Spanish and I'm actually part Spanish, and I really should know how to talk in Spanish. But I mean, I'm learning some words, but there's so many words to learn, to pronounce, and understand what it means. I don't know what the... I don't know why it does that, though. Ah! Controls. Skip dialogue, choose prey, run, X, Auspec, obfuscate, celerity, mask, exploration discipline, pause menu, character sheet, which is the touchpad, pause menu, and show goals. Interesting. Alright, let's new game. At Boston Court is in turmoil. A code red alert has been issued, which means that major crisis occurred, and Leisha, and Caleb are summoned by the prince. Again, I don't know who is. I don't know how to pronounce that name, but I'm going to choose a female, obviously. Gotta have my women action, man. Vampires have walked among us. Unknowingly, we built their cities, fought their wars, and sated their hunger. For centuries, these creatures have organized into survival sects. The largest of which is the Camarilla. In its domain, Camarilla courts enforce the Masquerade, a global conspiracy hiding the existence of vampires from the mortal world. Breaking the Masquerade is punishable by final death. In Boston, vampire factions have long been at each other's throats. After much conflict, Hazel Iverson, the new prince, has sealed a fragile pact with a group of blood sorcerers known as the Hotfoot Chantry. Oh good, now we have Dragon Age involved in this. This alliance will not only provide stability to the domain, but will hand the prince the blood trade. The trafficking of blood and mortal victims that serves the needs of the vampire elite. Tonight, the undead will celebrate. Until something bad happens, I'm sure. Nacon. Now, if I can actually make my voice higher pitched, I would try to be acting like a female.
Can we just get this going? There, ready.
A big Bad Wolf Studio game.
Now, to begin, tell me, what do you see?
Well, what I see is you are...
I don't know.
Try this. Focus on your vision.
Focus on my male extremities. Oh, they killed Emily!
No, it's too late. It's too late now.
Oh my god, they killed Kenny! You bastards! How dare you! Oh, so she can see into the future, huh? Now that's pretty cool. That's a new twist. Empire, the Masquerade, Swansong. Oh, that's not really a swan song, but you know. The Masquerade, the swan song is the end. Leisha. Doesn't look like a black... It sounds like a black chick to me, but it's not. I'll still fuck her, I don't care. As long as you're hot.
Did you feel it too?
Housley?
Take your stuff. We're getting out of here.
I'm gonna suck dick. Wait, what? Who said that? Oh. Okay.
We've got a problem.
So, she looks like she has some Michael Jackson shit going on. You know, the hell is that called? The skin disease they had. Vitiligo is, if that's how it's said. Vitiligo. to use Ben. Oh no, this is talking about Michael Jackson. He did appear to use Benoquin to help depigment his skin, but not if he wanted to be white, but as the FDA-approved treatment for vitiligo. Oh. Apparently she has spots. I mean, that's not necessarily. I mean, that's kind of like what she has going right now, but not in the same sense though, because sometimes people can have spots of different colors. But yeah.
Call them back.
Prince is a woman? No! That blew my fucking mind. I thought that was a fucking guy. Oh, hello, nurse. Hey, wait a minute. We found where Jonathan was. We found Jonathan, everybody. Dr. Jonathan from Vampire or Vampire. However you want to pronounce it. We found out where he's been hiding all these years. He's been hiding in a Vampire Masquerade. Dude, this is so fucking cool. Oh my god! Now wait just a damn minute. Dude, he looks like a cross between Jonathan and fucking Adam Jensen from Deus Ex. Dude, he is the... Oh my god. He's the perfect cross. Oh, by the way, speaking of that game, I know I'm deviating again from the point. The game, I mean, the point is the game. I didn't even play the last DLC. That's I was holding off. I probably should play that again. The DLC. Yeah, it's on the PS4. I haven't actually gotten rid of the game actually on my PS4 yet, so something to think about.
What's going on?
It's the prince. We must go quickly.
We must go quickly. She wants her anus wetted. Wait, what? That doesn't even make sense. Princess Cortez. Oh, she's the one with the. She's the other woman. In the photo, looked like some gold shit on her arms. She's cute though. She's really cute. So that's not the woman I thought that was. I thought that was Laisha from earlier. That's probably the other one I saw. The MM, whatever the fuck they called that the other person in the beginning. There was Laisha, there was Caleb, and then was MM. The most stupidest name I've ever heard in my entire life. But I mean, granted, granted, there have been a lot of names out there that's been fucking stupid, like fucking like what the hell was his name? Ron Artest changing his name from the NBA to Meta World Peace. I couldn't think of a worse name than that. Or, although granted, I don't think he actually changed his name. I think he was just named that. Coco Crisp, that baseball player that was on the Boston Red Sox years ago. Oh my god, I never thought someone would actually be called Coco Crisp in my life. But there they were. She's hot.
Come on. Damn it. Hurry.
Oh no, that's Jenny Atkins talking. Oh, unless it's someone else. Dude, she's fucking hot. Look at that black chick. She is fucking gorgeous. I don't want to use... Well, I actually do want to use that line that Angry Reactions has done on his TikTok. You're gorgeous! With an angry face. I can't do that line, but he's all... I like him. I watch his videos every now and then.
Up. Calm down.
Maybe
it has nothing to do with
Louis?
You know full well I was in charge of it. If anything goes wrong, it's my head on the chopping block. Fuck. Damn it! It took Hazel months to convince the Hartford Chantry to ally themselves with us. So they finally accept, and then bam, a code red. There's never been a code red in Boston, damn it! This has gotta be bad, MM.
Okay, I'm gonna say this. I'm choosing MM. Just because I find her fucking hot, and not had nothing to do with her color, obviously. She's just fucking gorgeous. And I've always had a thing where if I was in any sort of these weird fantasy-like situations, I want to be... Well, actually, I want to be... I want to have the ability to change my sex at will. You know, my biological fucking body. Like what Emporio Ivankov does on One Piece, where she changes the hormone sex of the person. I want to be both whenever I choose to. But I also want to be, if I'm going to be a female, I want to be fucking hot as shit. I want to be guys trying to come up all about me. Okay, that sounds... Alright, okay, I'm gonna leave my, I'm gonna leave that there. Ooh. Dialogue. Do I automatically start as MM? Wait, what? Alright. Dialogue. In a dialogue, some answers require the use of your own skills. Your level skills compared with that of your opponent, the higher rating wins. You cannot use a skill of rating is 0. Willpower 12. Using a skill consumes willpower. If your opponent wins, you gain a few willpower points at the end of the dialogue. Okay. So her psychology. Oh, psychology. Now, this is another thing about... See, I actually have a thing about psychology. I love it. I love the idea behind psychology. I like the whole aspect of understanding the mind, how it works. I mean, granted, persuading people and all that stuff falls into that, but there's more to the human mind that people don't know. I really want to... That's one of my other things I really had an interest at school. One of the only interests I had in school, honestly, was psychology. Which is weird because usually, you know, I wasn't really good at English class, but I don't know. I just really had a really cool interest in psychology. It wasn't really a full-blown class course, like 4-year course, but I did take a course in my high school one of my years. I think it was my junior year or in my senior year. It was a class of psychology. I loved it. There was something about it that just like clicked with me. Other than computer work and gaming, that's the only thing that's ever clicked with me in my life. Psychology, even though most people who are psychologists are fucking crazy, it was either psychology or computer stuff that really drew me in. Nothing else actually drew me in as a career. It was kind of weird. So, persuasion, I have nothing on persuasion. But this is 100% success rate, so let's go with psychology. She has nothing to hide. Did I hear her voice yet? I hope it's attractive as fuck.
It's not like you had anything to do with it. I'm sure...
You don't get it. I was in charge of organizing the party.
But security is Jara's problem.
Yeah,
normally.
except Jara is a member of the Primogen. I'm not.
But you're a harpy. The prince will cover you. You know she's always looking for an excuse to take him down a notch.
We'll see.
What do we do next?
When everyone's safe, we move on to phase 2. We clean house.
I'm gonna tell you right now. No joke, no lie, no joke. And Zen, anyone else, if you hear this, if you be watching this, I'm not even fucking playing. If there was a hot babe like that out there in the world, that was using some sort of psychology to get with me, but she had a fucking, you know what I'm talking about. If she had an extra extremity, I'm banging that ass. I'm saying that right now. She's fucking gorgeous.
What do you mean by we clean house?
I know what she means.
Getting rid of our archives, our documents, anything that might betray our network and relationships.
Well, I was thinking of a purification, like from Oblivion. Oh, speaking of Oblivion, oh boy. I'm gonna have to do another video where I just rant about that. But that'll be for another day. A code red.
Did you say this is the first code red in Boston?
Ever since the fall of London, protocol is no longer a laughing matter.
Whatever. They've been harping on that for 4 years now. They took away our internet access. Our smartphones.
I would eat her ass out in an instant.
Risk mitigation.
Oops.
A code red is an alarm signal that's sent to everyone to say, watch out, we're all in danger.
Her eyes are
and
fucking
everyone
beautiful too.
runs to shelter at the nearest safe house. For us, it's with the prince. It could have been worse.
I'd have preferred worse.
You're not even listening to me.
Oh yeah, you want to get some, what was that phrase from, was that from, Austin Powers? It's just, a thing that Asian people sometimes say in certain places, sucky sucky. yeah, no, I'm just fun. Well, actually, that can go both ways. I could be talking about something else. She could be talking about biting someone and getting some suck action. I'll let her bite my neck if it means turning me. I don't care.
What comes after phase 2?
Just pray that it never comes to that.
Come on, tell me.
Purification.
We leave everything behind and we go into hiding. As far from here as we can.
Are you crazy?
There's no way I'm leaving Boston. Everything I have is right here in the city. It took me years to build my clubs. I've worked too hard to give it up now.
You won't have a choice.
Oh.
I know you hate coming here. Are you gonna be alright?
What do you think? I know how to behave, Jay.
Yeah, I know. Just keep your cool and it'll be fine.
Just spread your legs and it'll be fine too. Wait, what? Oh.
Ah, my little darlings. You're here at last. The fear that something horrible had happened to you terrified me.
Yeah, right.
Call for Beatrix, April. The prince asked to see you as soon as you arrived, Amin. I wouldn't dilly-dally if I were you. As for you, Jeremy, someone's triggered a cold ray. If anything has happened over there, I'll hold you personally responsible.
You know, she better watch out, man. I'm not loving this back talk from this bitch. April Bosley, you can suck my left nut. Oh wait, no, I'm a fucking girl in this fucking segment. Well, you can suck my left tit. Uh-oh. Her eyes changed. Oh shit, she's using discipline now. Dialogue disciplines. Vampires have supernatural abilities usually inherited from their disciplines. Really? I was thinking that I was going to say disciples, but clan disciplines. Oh no, I'm sorry. When I'm reading that, I thought it was continuation. Instead, it was a separate thing. Some disciplines can be used in dialogue as. Well, I should probably change my voice, right? Let's see if I can actually lower my voice this time. My voice has been shit lately. Some disciplines can be used in dialogues, as with skills the higher level wins. Not all disciplines are available to all vampires. Some mortals may possess certain powers, although most have no defense against discipline. Hunger. Using a discipline generates hunger. Hunger has a value that cannot be exceeded. This limits a vampire's use of their powers. A vampire at their hunger limits risk losing control, attacking, feeding on their closest mortal. And using discipline and somehow flattering fucking... Oh no, I guess you can't do that anyway. Back journey up. No success rates? Neither of them has any success rates on this. Well.
You know, back in the day, nobody could bat an eyelash without you knowing about it. You must know exactly what Jay's being blamed for, don't you?
And then, my dear Amin, I adore you. Really, I do. But darling, please, you're way out of your league here. This alliance with the Hartford Chantry is crucial. The prince is on edge. We can't get through.
Oh, wait a minute. It looks like she has some vitiligo going too, but it says the gold variant. Well, I don't understand what's... I've never seen that. I wouldn't mind if my whole body was gold. It'd be fucking like, I'd be worth something.
Anyone over there? What does this have to do with Jay? She was in charge of the whole thing, for goodness sake. Listen, both of you. From now on, I don't want to hear another word out of either of you. The prince is furious. Journey, you're coming with me.
I don't see why.
And as for you, Hazel wants to see you. Right now.
Okay, so this is actually an action RPG of sorts. Let's check the... Can I go to the main menu here? Oh, there we go. M.M. Louis, founder of the Black Rattlers. Clan Toreador, Generation 12th, date of Embrance, 1929, a decent year. Sire, Hilda McAndrews. Men of Bronze. Born in Harlem in 1901, M.M. grew up in a family of poor African American performers. Her father, Mason, was a musician by night and window washer. Oh my God. Okay, I completely didn't see the M there. N, I should say. Window washer by day. Her mother, Clara, sang when she was not taking care. It's hard because sometimes it looks like something else. Taking care of her 4 children. When he was drafted in 1917, Emmons' father enlisted in the 15th Regiment of the New York National Guard, the Harlem Hellfighters, and participated in the liberation of France. He joined a jazz band in his unit that became a phenomenal success after the war ended. Pathé Studios had then recorded an album which would become the first jazz record to be played non-stop on French phonographs. Following the success, Mason decided to bring his family to Paris and make a living playing his music in the jazz clubs that were beginning to sprout up throughout the capital. M.M. was 17 years old and was a dancer. She spent time with the elite who would come to listen to her father, and it took little time for her to get noticed. She discovered the Folie Bergère, or however you pronounce that French name, and their international shows. She auditioned for it and passed with flying colors. From odd jobs backstage to subbing in for the performers, she proved herself and became a headline act at just 21 years old. Her burlesque stripping act took Paris by storm, making her extremely popular. M.M. began traveling through Europe, dancing to packed houses in the hottest cabarets. M.M. was young, beautiful, and radiant. Her life was the night. As the champagne and money flowed, she was determined and alluring, the embodiment of a free, independent woman of the nearly 20th century. She had a fiery temperament that soon attracted the attention of the Europe divas. To Die in Your Arms. December 1923, M.M. performed 8 times at the Vienna Carl Theater. On the first night, she was introduced to Hilda McAndrews by the theater director outside her dressing room. M.M. was immediately captivated by this mysterious aristocrat who attended each of her performances. They spent the nights that followed in the bars exchanging stories about their lives and their art, the passions, the struggles. Hilda was cultured, charismatic, and politically engaged in the suffragette movement and the women's artistic community. M.M., to her surprise, fell under her spell and gave in to this irresistible attraction. A passionate relationship formed right away between the two women, who became inseparable. Hilda confided in M.M. and told her about her vampiric nature over the course of the next 3 years, for their love to endure, but also seduced by the promise of eternal youth. M.M. asked to be sired right away. It would take yet another 3 years, however, before Hilda managed to get the local prince to agree to it. The prince feared that the young woman's notoriety could be a danger to the Masquerade. With the prince's blessing at last, Hilda threw a spectacular celebration in honor of her companion, whom she would embrace at the end of this memorable evening. The Sound of Boots. Having lived in Vienna since their meeting at the Carl Theater, Hilda and M.M. left Austria in 1934 for Paris, then Bordeaux, I don't know how to say that, Alas, France's surrender in the 1940s forced the couple to reconsider their plans. With the help of her contacts in London, Hilda managed to negotiate a crossing to Boston, her hometown. Though hesitant at first, the city's Malkavian prince, Quentin King, finally granted them asylum. MM and Hilda was introduced to the court, where 50 years of intrigue would bring their passion to its inevitable end. Oh, well, that sucks. Oh my god! Holy shit, I'm not reading that now. Hail to the no. I can read this, this is short. Leisha, the Princess Seer Malkavian, Generation 12, 1939. That which remains. Leisha Sword is something more than a collection of fragments due to her memory impairment. She remembers that she is from France, near Lyon, and that Dr. Richard Dunham is her psychiatrist, and he has always been. As he has always been. She knows that he saved them from the war in 1939, both her and her daughter Halsey. He made it possible for them to join the Boston court, held at the time by the Quentin King, a child of Malakov, like them. The rest is nothing but a light and shadow. Leisha knows the names and sometimes even the stories of those around her without knowing exactly how or why. She remembers Quentin King, the previous prince, and his legendary obsessions, and more recently, Hazel, the first year of her rise to power. Leisha remembers her warmly and fondly, despite only knowing her for a single year before leaving to put into slumber at the Malakoff Institute of Boston as prescribed by Dr. Dunham. Leisha suffers from sudden visions where the present moment and possible futures bleed into one another. She fights her gifts in order to be fit to take care of Halsey. However, this does not serve the prince's plans, and Hazel views this power as a way to master fate and bolster her ambition. Of course, like why would anyone fucking care about that? Again, that's not what I want to do at all. Oh, this fucking. I'll read that later. Let's see what's going on with her. Can I do anything? Hunger is actually kind of high right now. Traits are positive or negative effects that influence the abilities of the characters in question. Traits are only revealed once they have been earned as a result of an action, a character's choice, or a consequence. The hunger level works low or high, confers temporary traits that affect the character's abilities. As it rises, the suspicion creates more negative traits that increase the difficulty faced by characters. Put in her place. MM has encountered others more powerful than her. For now, something to strengthen her mind for future challenges. -10 to the next experience cost for mental attribute. Oh. Okay, that's pretty cool. And the beast is near. Plus 10% success rate intimidation ties. -10% success rate in psychology tier. Or tie. Unreliable agent. Your actions draw too much attention to yourself and others, or are you just inept? You won't impress any of your peers with a reputation like this. As for keeping a low profile with mortals. Oh, okay. Makes sense. Talent secures your abilities. Each talent is tied to a specific action. Repeating these actions will progress and unlock the tires of talent. Okay. Codex. Okay. So discipline characters and inventory you can't access yet. That sucks. Alright, let's keep going. Can I jump? No, it's one of those type of games right now.
It's gonna be a long night.
Just look at her skin. It's so fucking glossy as fuck.
Miss Lewis, welcome. Can I help you with something?
And
Miss Lewis.
Miss Louis. Huh. I half expected them to put up some fucking sections of tits. I don't know why, it just seemed like something they would do, no? Apparently they
Who's
don't.
she, Caleb?
Emem Lewis.
She smiles like a toreador.
Letters etched in bold right upon her teeth.
What about that bearded guy who's swallowing his bile?
Dejan Siaka.
A Tremere warlock, then?
Keep him at a healthy distance. With a sideward glance, he could make the blood in your veins boil.
Huh.
Is court attendance usually this sparse?
Oh, so you get to play with each one, I guess.
Under ordinary circumstances, there would be more of us here.
Is it because of the code red?
Yes.
Could be. We should have all been at that party. But a code red is a code red. No one can leave. I'd hate to be Caius right about now.
Why?
Oh boy.
He's second honcho of House.
Oh.
This promises to be a busy night.
I know what you mean. It's one thing to have been told that the Nosferatu don't age well. It's another thing to see it for yourself.
It's by no fault of their own.
Do you think you'll be able to ask the prince tonight if you can embrace me?
No. Now is no longer the time.
Oh boy. This clown.
And he is your child?
Mr. Beryl Underwood. Tread lightly. He's a member of the Primogen.
They're the check to the prince's power.
The check and balance. They backed Hazel when she rose to power after Quentin King.
Oh.
They'd hoped to control her.
What? Things didn't go as planned?
I just have a feeling she will surprise them. Never forget that the court is a chessboard. We are monsters, and we sacrifice pawns. If you want to be a major piece, then behave accordingly.
But
Nothing can happen to you here. We're in the prince's house. She must be finished by now. Wait for me. This won't take long.
It's out of the question, MM. I won't let her get away with this.
All right. Calm down, Dejan.
Where's Journey?
What's it to you?
Don't start with me. She was in charge of the party. She has to take responsibility for this.
Leave her out of it.
It's too late for that. Don't waste your time covering for her. She's not a kid anymore. I haven't heard from my child, and no one's able to get through to them over there.
Go on then. Go and save Imani and stop wasting your breath.
There are rules. Need I remind you? We're all stuck here.
You're such a good boy.
You'll never change.
Dejan.
What? Oh, come on, Hilda, she needs to grow up.
Holy shit. Oh, look at Hilda, man. Her tits are fucking massive. So someone inflated that bitch with fucking air. Dude, her tits are huge. Well, she won't have back problems with her being a vampire. Okay, actually, it kind of looks bigger from the front than I thought. And it's not that big. Although she's kind of a little chunky though, but it's fine. I meant thick, not well. When I mean thick, when I mean chunky, I meant thick, but it's all the same.
I don't need your help. Ma'am, please, stop calling me that. I was worried about you. You still haven't moved on, have you? You're always getting in my way. Lower your voice. People are staring.
Wow. Focus. Focus allows you to temporarily increase the skill by 1 or 2 levels. The more you increase your focus, the more the willpower cost increases. To be focused, a skill must have a minimum score of 1 point. Disciplines or knowledge cannot be focused. If a skill and discipline levels are the same, though, the outcome of the conflict is uncertain. The chances of victory can be influenced by a number of bonuses or penalties, as well as spending experience points. Focus. Your opponent can also focus their own skills. Unlike you, focus only allows them to increase the skill by 1. Player behavior. The risk of an opponent's focus up is represented by a percentage. The more aggressive you are, skill focus uses disciplines, the more risk of an opponent focus increases.
Do you know what this code red is all about? You're in the Primogen. You must know something.
I'm in the same boat as the rest of you. Apparently, it was from one of Moore's retainers. That's all I know.
Who's that?
Jason Moore. Don't you remember him? He's the human who manages our interests when the sun comes up. He handles our assets, errands with the banks.
What does he have to do with it?
So this is the woman that she ended up fucking falling for, and she turned her into a vampire. I find this interesting, of course, because it makes no sense. Why would they just fucking go their separate ways?
I don't know. It now seems that Miss Hazel Iverson, the mighty Prince of Boston, is no longer on speaking terms with the Primogen.
Good.
As if now were the ideal time.
She asked to see me. Do you know why?
My best guess is that she'd like to talk to you about Journey. Of course. I always warned you that girl was trouble.
Yeah, sure. I've gotta go.
Hazel must be upstairs. I'd better hurry.
What about Jara? I haven't seen her.
Councillor Drury is not here, nor is Dr. Dunham. Mr. Leto's teams are trying to reach them, but...
Nobody's answering?
no.
They've all got such long faces. Hey, Abby.
Hey, Ma'am.
Abby, do you know what's going on?
I'm sorry, but I can't.
Please? I feel like I've been plopped down in the middle of a minefield.
There are rumors about Journey. Rumors about how this is all her fault. Did you know that Jay was in charge of the party?
Shit. I bet she's gonna take the fall for whatever happened.
I don't think she's involved, but we've got to be on our guard.
Well, she seems like she's, what's the word I'm looking for? Honest. Who's this clown? Oh yeah, this is that other guy. Sorry.
Ma'am, we haven't seen you here in ages, now have we?
Let's holster our weapons. I'm only here because of that goddamn code red.
Blunt and to the point, as usual. With a bit of luck, the suffering will be over soon. How's business these days?
Why? You wanna invest?
Don't tempt me.
Oh no.
I'm shocked to think you put so much as a penny into one of my clubs. They don't bring in enough for your taste, Beryl.
You're right. I'm not interested in them. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to be alone. I'm waiting for Caleb.
Of course you are. And he's gonna come down, watch.
What a shitty night. Hazel must be pissed. What the hell could she want with me?
Huh. Well, this is good, interesting. This is a medical ward? Trippy as fuck. Oh, it's a hospital of some kind, but this can't be her room. This must be some vision somewhere else. Probably because of the other girl. Jump scares? 3, 2, 1. Nah. I was looking for it though. Unstable seer.
Is everything okay, Mom? Penny for your thoughts?
Nothing, Pumpkin. What were you saying?
You saw pictures again? You're not going back to the Institute, are you?
Oh.
No, don't fret. I'm gonna stay here with you now.
I don't like it when Richard takes you away.
He's my psychiatrist. He's helping me so I can be with you. Mom has a little trouble sometimes. Remember? I see things that haven't happened yet. And I forget others.
Yes, I know. And you have to slumber so you can rest all alone sometimes. But 3 years was too long.
It seemed like an eternity without you.
I missed you too, Mom.
I need my sweet little monster.
Mom? What's going on? Why does everybody look so upset?
I think something serious is happening.
I'm worried. I still haven't seen Richard. I looked for him so he could explain, but he can't be found.
So, what do we do now?
I was told to wait here because Hazel wants to see us.
Oh
there
boy.
are grown-ups coming, and your mother needs to talk to them.
Oh, then I'll go hide, because grown-ups talk to me too much.
If you want, sweetie. But don't wander off. Go on.
Show me what you do to make sure no one spots you.
Okay, here I go.
Nice.
Leisha. It's been a while.
Hey, MM.
When did you get out?
Just tonight. Hazel wanted to see me.
That means she's extremely worried about the situation.
That or she's a major drama queen.
You shouldn't make light of the situation. Believe me, there aren't many of us who have experienced a code red and survived.
Thanks for the heads up, Professor Bazori. First Siaka, now you. Why won't anybody give me a break tonight?
Maybe you asked for it.
Or maybe if you behaved in a manner more appropriate to the circumstances and our setting, then you'd better understand why everyone is so nervous.
Yeah, as if it was her fault.
Stop it right there, Bazori. Don't take that tone with me. I choose what lessons to take.
We must all remain calm and accept any help we can get, even from the most unusual sources.
That's surprising to hear, coming from a blue blood. At least your certainties come from a more solid source than a prophecy from a child of Malkov.
You don't know what you're talking about.
All I'm saying is that whatever the problem is, your hallucinations aren't gonna help us solve it.
We're all in danger. When I awoke, I sensed a threat everywhere, all around us. I've never felt anything like it.
Please explain.
It was as if we were all going to disappear into chaos. But you're probably right. It's just Hazel and her flair for the dramatic.
Only time will tell.
Yeah, well.
Good evening, ladies, sir. The prince shall see you now.
Oh, yes. Then again, the lady I saw in an earlier thing that I thought was the prince looked like, what's her face's, the woman who bit her and turned her, whatever her name was. Rebellious Star. The diva who lights up Boston nights, but bringing light into a world of darkness can be perilous. MM knows this, but she doesn't care. Choose a profile. Profile that focuses on knowledge and skills that allows you to go undercover, extort, or steal information. Jack of all trades. Profile that focuses on improving attributes at a large selection of skill. It allows for a maximum number of interactions but with less mastery. Profile that focuses dialogue skills and the physical attribute allows you to use the character's aura and character. Free. A profile with no pre-attribute points. Fuck it, let's choose free. Maybe I'll just choose veteran, a little bit of veteran, and a little bit of investigator. Who knows? We'll see. I want to be free, right? Character sheet. At the start of a scene, previously earned experience points can be spent to improve the character's abilities. These abilities are divided into two areas, the character sheet and the discipline sheet. Each attribute affects a specific list of skills and disciplines. Attribute increases the chances of victory in case of a tie. Improving them also decreases willpower cost of focus. Okay. The use of knowledge skills do not have a willpower cost. They cannot be improved by using focus. Okay. So I have a discipline menu. The discipline sheet contains disciplines the character possesses. Discipline powers. Experience points invested in a discipline increases the level and can provide additional powers. Discipline powers can be passive and may be used in dialogue or in exploration. Allspec. Supernatural perception. Once activated, it heightens your 5 senses and allows you to see possible futures and read your enemies. Interesting. Presence. Discipline tied to charisma, ability to influence the emotions of those around you. And celerity. Celebrity. It does look like celebrity without the B. If it had a B, it would be celebrity. Discipline that allows you to traverse the environment at high speeds and slows down your perception of time. That sounds cool, but I don't have any points to... Oh no, I can still select this. I'm guessing. Or I can't. Can't put any points in discipline. Okay. I need points in discipline? Oh, I see. That's the... Oh, okay. I'm seeing it now. Okay. Velvet glow. So that's presence right here. Allspec allows you to heighten your senses, so I can do this. Well, I guess I can't. Okay. Damn, these things require an immense amount of experience. I'm gonna do this one. Okay. That might be it for now. There's really not much I can do about this. M. Lewitt. Oh. Oh, I need to max it. I need to use all of them, I'm guessing. Okay. There we go. I can't do anything else. That's it. Oh, so it is a female.
Hazel.
Oh. The prince, huh? Tells.
Come in, MM.
So, no, I was right. It was a female.
I wanted to have a word with you.
What can I do for you?
I'm glad you're here. It's been a long time since we last saw each other. Tell me, where were you tonight?
Like everybody else, I suppose. At home, getting ready for the party.
How fortunate you weren't running early.
Why? What's happened?
You know what the Code Red means. There was a breach.
This is intolerable. These agreements were supposed to celebrate the power of my court. Instead, I've been made to look a fool in the eyes of my allies. We'll have to increase our diplomatic efforts with the warlocks. Send new emissaries to Osborne.
What's that got to do with me?
Don't you worry about that for now. We have more urgent matters to attend to. We bring Journey to me.
What do you want with her?
I have a few questions I need to ask her. If mistakes were made, I need to know what happened.
I'm sure that your friend will have a lot to tell me.
She hasn't done anything. Hazel.
I'll be the judge of that.
Yes, my prince. I'll be right back.
I didn't bring you here just for that. I have something to offer you.
I'm listening.
It's about the Primogen Council.
You know everyone who's in it. Beryl, Richard, Hilda. Their support was much appreciated after the disappearance of the previous prince.
Quentin King.
But now, they've become an obstacle. It's been going on for months. They systematically oppose everything that I do. It must stop now.
I'm guessing that Quentin King is still alive somewhere, and the three of them are trying to usurp her to bring him back into the fold as the prince, the leader.
That's nothing new. That's rule number 1 of all the Primogen. The contrary would be worrisome.
That's what I thought too. But after tonight, well, I wonder.
The Camarilla has faced many challenges in the past few years. Many of our strongholds have fallen.
I won't let Boston suffer the same fate. But for that, I need loyal allies. Also,
how would you like a spot in the Primogen?
What?
You've always taken care of your community, MM, without ever asking for anything in return. It might be time you took a leading role in the community's affairs.
Hilda won't let you do it.
She'll never see me as her equal. Being seated next to her child? She'll feel humiliated.
I'm her prince. She will obey me.
She's not gonna like it.
I don't care. What I'm offering is much bigger than all that. What do you think?
I don't know. I need to think about it.
Time is of the essence. You're a businesswoman, I know you'll be up to it. But we'll talk about it again soon. In the meantime...
I know. Jay, I'm going to go see Sylvia first. I need to clear my head.
Do it. You won't be able to hunt tonight. It's better to be prepared. Bring me Journey.
I will.
I have the utmost confidence in you, Do not fail me.
You can count on me. What the hell is going on?
Is this me or is she walking weird? Oh boy, here we go. She's going to drink. Oh, that's...
I'm happy to see you in one piece. Hey, Syl. I'd like some refreshment, please. Of course. I'll get you a glass. I was thinking more like a vessel.
Oh, serve yourself. But try not to damage them, okay? They're all I've got left in stock.
I get it. I'll be careful.
I'm right here if you need anything else.
The Hunt. A safe zone is a place where no one can see you feed. You can find them by exploring the surroundings. Only one prey may be sent to a safe zone at a time.
No news from anyone. Do you think that? Now's not the time to be thinking about that. We're not the only ones freaking out. Look around. Exactly. We've got to keep our wits about us. Got it? Yeah.
The Hunt. Prey will naturally be revealed to you as you approach them. To feed, you will need the place. To feed, you will need to find a safe zone you can lure your prey to. Go after isolated prey. If we're surrounded by potential witnesses, sending the prey to a safe zone will increase suspicion of. Go after.
More freaking out.
Sure.
Come with me. There.
Yes.
The Hunt. The Kiss. Vampires use their power to charm or subdue their prey and satisfy their hunger. When feeding on a prey, you can control the amount of blood you take. Press and hold the button to increase the amount of hunger to eliminate. If you do not press the button or if you do not reset before the bar is full, the prey will die, drained of his blood. Okay. Huh. That's interesting. The Sanguine Renaissance. Some prey that blood emotionally charged. Some prey that blood emotionally charged have a resonance that your character will earn after feeding. At the end of the scene, a resonance provides an experience bonus for the corresponding discipline. If more than one resonance is required during a given scene, only the last one required is saved. If your prey survives, you may feed on it a second time. However, this will cause it to die and increase suspicion. I mean, I could also do it over here.
Absolutely divine.
All right, Jay. Where are you hiding?
And then there are the palaces, the mosaics, the gardens, and the vibrant youth population.
Victoria!
MM! My little Rose.
It's been so long.
An eternity, you mean. And yet, look at you. As splendid as always.
I've learned from the best.
Adorable. How are you? This is a rather depressing night for a reunion.
This atmosphere is starting to weigh on me.
We haven't had any news, but everyone is expecting the worst. What a strangely human attitude.
I understand them. Some are waiting for their children, others for their sires.
Are you waiting for someone too?
No. That explains why I'm less stressed out than everyone else.
I hear business is going well for you. Your Black Rattlers are making quite the splash. You can be proud of everything you've accomplished, darling. Your name is on everyone's lips.
Thanks. That means a lot coming from you. I'm really happy to see you again. I wish I had more time to talk.
Is there something stopping you?
You could say that. One of my acquaintances is in hot water with Miss Iverson. I need to help her.
I'm going to give you a piece of advice then. Don't waste your energy helping others.
Oh.
Let others handle their own problems. Their mistakes aren't your business.
Journey is someone I can trust. I can't let her down now.
Is Journey a prince?
No.
Then her opinion doesn't matter. The only individuals who should matter to you are royalty. The rest, they're just for decoration.
Thanks for the advice, Victoria. You've helped put things into perspective.
It's only natural. I'll always be here for you, darling. And I hope the feeling is mutual.
You know it is.
Wonderful. I'm relieved to see that despite the travails of time and distance, our friendship is still intact.
What are you doing in town anyways? The last time I heard about Victoria Ash, she'd just gotten back to Atlanta.
You know I never stay in one place for long. But to answer your question, I came to do business.
For the agreement, I'm guessing.
You guessed right. I'd hoped to meet up with one of my associates tonight, a warlock I'd sent to Hartford. Unfortunately, he still hasn't made his appearance.
He might still come. The night's not over yet.
Oh, you're refreshingly naive. We'll see.
Am I the only one who feels like this acting is kind of not that great? Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm sure it's better than some games, but I don't know. It just seems like her acting in particular is not great. Anyway, I'm gonna be right back, guys. I wanna get something more to drink. So hold on a sec. Alright, thank you for waiting. We're back. Rhetoric, obviously I can't do that with her.
I imagine you received the alert as well.
Yes, I was with your prince when the message was sent.
Do you have any idea who triggered it?
Alas, I have no idea. Iverson didn't care to share that with me. She knows how to control information.
I'm not even sure she knows herself.
She's going to need answers. I doubt her subjects will wait much longer.
I've heard rumors about you. Something about a wedding.
Oh yes, my wedding to Tigurius. It was fabulous. We had a spectacular celebration.
I'm sure you did.
I think congratulations are in order.
Oh, do you? It's a political marriage. Nothing more. Our family needed it.
You did it for the cam?
You seem surprised to hear it. You may not have noticed, but the Camarilla has lost some of its luster since the Ancili left. Our survival depends on our ability to make compromises.
You knew Boston when it was a Malkavian city. What do you think about the court now?
Iverson has successfully made her mark. It can't have been easy, with Quentin's grip on the city.
Boston was on the brink of chaos when Hazel took over. I don't always agree with her methods, but she gets the job done.
She knows what she wants. I respect that. Our family needs more leaders like her. That would be a welcome change from our usual weather vanes.
+3. Opponents focus 10%. Nah.
What did you hope your emissary would do? Double-cross Iverson?
Oh, please, MM. I'm just curious, that's all.
Diplomats are rarely sent out without good reason. If you sent someone, then there was something in it for you.
I'm simply maintaining my relations with the outside. Atlanta has been through dark times. It will need a strong network of allies if it hopes to return to its former power.
So, you're networking, basically.
Exactly.
Huh, well that sucked.
I'm sorry, but I've gotta go.
I understand. Duty calls, but before you leave, I have a favor to ask you. I mentioned my emissary earlier. If you hear anything about him, please let me know when you get back, would you?
I thought I was only supposed to focus on my prince. Have you had a change of heart?
Huh. You're using my own words against me? It's a big favor. I'm aware of that. But I'm a loyal friend, and powerful too. If you can do this for me, I'll owe you one.
Fine. I'll let you know if I learn anything.
Thanks, MM. I hope I'll see you again soon, darling. If you need anything, I'll be right here.
Thanks, Victoria. See you later.
I'm still curious why they calling her MM. Oh, like someone has.
I know that perfume. Jay.
Heightened senses. Allspec enhances your 5 senses. This condition reveals new interactions, detecting sense, listening to conversations from a distance, revealing the passive object, or even experiencing premonitions. You can also discover items that have been hidden using supernatural powers.
Where did you go, Jay?
This way? And what's this? So she came in here. She did this. She did that. She came over here. She went outside. Come on.
Why won't she answer?
Because she doesn't like you, bitch.
Underwood and Fang. Zori's ears must be burning.
Gentlemen, dear all, please don't forget that you have any issues with the archives. You need to contact Lazarus, not me. April. What, now I'm running? Archives. Shit.
Kelton and Lazarus. Nice one, gossip.
Consumable collected. Guest list. Boston Court. Miss Iverson, Mr. Coates, Mr. Underwood, Miss Drury, Miss McAndrews, Mr. Dunham, Mr. Sayaka, Mr. Leto, Mr. Bazori, Miss Sellers, Miss Louis, that's us, Miss Bosley, Miss Izanami, oh my fucking god, from Naruto, Miss Atifa, what? Atifa, okay, Mr. Villanueva, Miss Metcalf, Miss Xing, Mr. Gravdal, Mr. Panichucci. Okay, now we're getting into some whack-ass names. Miss Sigtrygg's daughter. Okay, I didn't even know. I butchered that last name. Sigtrygg's the daughter. I don't know. I don't know how you pronounce that name. I really don't know for shit. It looks like could be. Was it like I want to say maybe Russian or Polish or something. I don't know. The Hartford Chantry. Mr. Osborne, Miss Wakefield, Mr. Samuels, Mr. Fleming, Miss Vance, Mr. Woods, Mr. Green, Mr. Chen, and Miss Halstead. Accompanying guests, Miss Nathaniel Drummond, Mr. Jason Moore, Mr. Edward Barthollet, I think, I could be wrong, probably am, Mr. Elian Veum, Miss Karen Hill, Mr. Bo Horgland, Mr. Ruben Sexton, Miss Jennifer Dupree, Miss Barbara Carr, Miss Anna Pruitt, Mr. Benjamin Sager, Mr. Kevin Paul, and Mr. Donald Bryan. Vessels for consumption. Ask Dr. Dunham for the list of vessels from the Red Saloon. Staff: Miss April Bosley, Miss Abigail Nurmi, Mr. Lazarus Sheridan, Miss Journey Atkins. Oh, Journey, of course. Miss Sheltoom Hondon, Mr. Frank James, Mr. Tian Wu, and Miss Emily Cottrell. Okay. Alright. Cover history.
Jay was looking for a file that Jara took from the archives. Interesting.
Ba-ba-ram. Archive database search history. Hartford Unification Party file withdrawn by Jara Dory. 9/1/19. Hartford Party no matches. Sentinel Place Party files no matches. Jara Dory. Jara to me. Maintaining order. I was asked our retainers to arrive before sunset for more discretion. I'm still waiting for that paper.
The last message to Abigail.
I need you to track down the file on 1998 Solstice Party. Page Street should be of interest to you. Okay.
Her last message
Abigail.
Yes, thank you.
The file. Wonder where they put it. That could be of interest to me.
I could, if you can actually
I've
get
gotta
it.
hurry. I'm not supposed to be here.
Shut up, bitch. Private Sound Library made maybe some old books in the first kindred. Boston Public Library still has some unexplored archives. Taunton Public Library, some works forbidden to the public undermine nature. Jefferson Library and Boston Public, some very I know how to pronounce his name, but right now it's not coming to me. Madrigal Archives, but access is risky. Woburn Public Library, unexplored archives. Cambridge Library, 2 ancient tomes on the history of the adventure of Boston, none of which is interesting to me. Oh man, I have no more fucking whatever that's supposed to be.
Oh, you again. What do you want?
Shut up, bitch. I want nothing. Why in here?
Took the elevator to get here.
So I took the elevator to get in here. They went this way. No, went that way. They went this way. She went in here. Got what she needed.
He's all right.
Then she went out this way, or rather went off this way. The archives. Oh wait a minute, what's in here?
Calm down.
This can't be happening.
I swear, she was standing there, playing me for a sucker, pretending she just happened to be in the archives.
And what did you say to her?
I played dumb. I said, as you like, Miss Abigail Nerman. And I left.
What did she
They
take?
can't hurt
A page from a file about an old party that she tore out.
But why would she need that? Why now?
I wonder.
Hi, Fang. Good evening, Miss Lewis. Call me a man, please. Did you come with Caleb? Yes, but he's so very busy. You didn't happen to see Journey, did you? I'm sorry. I don't know everyone's names yet.
Jerks. I need to get in here somehow. She went out this way, went back in here. Went in there and then went in here.
Trail ends there. Where could she have gone after that?
You want to...
Oh, shit. Shut up. I must be missing something.
I never liked this stuff before. Why would I want it in the blood I drink now? What a shitty night.
Do you think the code red will last much longer?
I hope not. The faster I get out of here, the better.
What? And Mem Lewis, the Black Rather's Rose, is afraid of a handful of politicians?
God, no.
Fine. Let me know if I can do anything for you.
I'm supposed to find Jay. Do you know if she's done talking to April?
Good question. I saw her earlier, but she wasn't with Miss Bosley. She went into that alcove on your right, but that was a while ago.
Thanks.
You might want to avoid hanging around with her, you know?
I've heard stuff about her.
I know, and it's not true. She didn't do anything, all right?
Fine. Sorry. Did you need anything else?
I heard the prince put together a surveillance unit. Yeah, the cave. Mr. Leto and his team spend their nights there. It's just below us.
But don't even think about going down there. It's only for sewer rats.
Thanks for the vessel.
My pleasure.
Come back anytime you want.
I can't go down here. There has to be somewhere else. I can't go in that room either. It would seem.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's see. If I go over here, there's nowhere else to go. But this? Oh no, that's... Oh, okay, I see where I'm at. Don't have enough to bypass the lock. Unless I missed something in one of these rooms I can look at.
It's locked.
Shit. Shit. Oh no.
Battery's dead. This page was torn out.
I need your help. Meet me as soon as possible in the alcove.
Oh, I'm playing with fire. If someone spots me...
I don't give a fuck. This library was closed in 1935 following the construction of various university campuses. It was acquired by Miss Hazel in 1946. Miss 60 divers and succeeded to his members in Gemini League, a resistance group fighting against English oppression from the cities of Hartford and New Haven. Since then, the Hartford Chantry has moved in discreetly, at first during the reign of the Quentin King, and then openly as our prince, Miss Iverson took the throne. The transfer of ownership was made official in 2014. This gift is a strong signal sent to the Warlocks by Iverson, our prince. This place fulfills the rules imposed by its new owners, and in an extension of the Hartford Chantry domain. Our prince does not have jurisdiction there. In the interest of cordial and diplomatic relations, any kindred owner or any kindred who enters the premises uninvited will be subject to laws of the Hartford Chantry. The prince has informed the court of the risk involving going to the exception of the library without approval. Whatever. Okay. How did I miss that? I was in here and I completely didn't see that when I was last in. Okay.
Jay, what were you doing in the archives?
Ooh, track, Allspec. Read. Confidential files.
From a few years ago.
That's the one Journey asked Abigail to look at.
Uh-oh. At the request of our prince, Quentin King, the winter solstice will be celebrated at his home on the 25th of December for the entire night. At his behest, the celebration will be inspired by the Masquerade in the European pagan calendar. Invitation message approved by our king. You, esteemed Prince of Boston, Quentin King, does you the distinct honor of inviting you to the winter solstice celebration at his home. Inspired by pagan masquerades, please come accompanied and above all masked. You'll be able to pledge your respect and allegiance to your revered prince throughout the longest night of the year. You're expected at 7:30 p.m. on 12/21/1998. Please note, refusal is not an option. The safety of N+1s is not guaranteed.
Here's the connection between Journey's email and the page that was torn out at Abigail's. Journey asked Abigail to meet her in an alcove at the bar.
Damn, skip those.
Abigail, we've got to talk.
Oh, shit. Oh, I already looked in there already. No, wait, this is different.
This paper must be from the archives. It's pretty old.
I need to get my blood down. I'm gonna have to take another one of those,
The dogs from the SI have made things so complicated.
Come on. It won't take long.
Going.
I think I'm doing it too soon. I need more practice with this. Ugh. So I can't go through here for some reason. Unless I need to interact with it, I don't know. So that means I'm gonna have to...
Can I help you?
I'm looking for Jay. I know you've seen her recently. Do you know where she is?
What are you talking about? I never...
I found her note. You were supposed to meet at the bar. Why are you lying to me?
You went through my stuff?
Is that all you're worried about?
No. It wasn't personal. Journey was in a panic. She asked me for the pass to get into Jar's apartment.
Did she say why?
Only that she was looking for evidence. I didn't really get it. Let's keep this between us, all right? April's got other fish to fry.
I'll see about that. I'm going to find her.
Jara's apartment. That's on the Primogen floor. What was Jay looking for up there?
So I have to go this way. Oh no, I have to go this way? Doesn't seem like I can get access to that. Can I run? Oh, okay. Um. Uh-huh. And the trail picks up. Wait, this is where we were just at, right? No return action. Choices marked with this indicate there's no going back. Before selecting one of these options, make sure you're done with the area you're exploring. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, wait, that's right. I still have something else to do.
The door is locked.
Shit. I have another mission I have to do, if I recall correctly. Okay, I'm not gonna go do this quest yet. At least I know where it is, though. What's over here?
Nope. Can't go through there. It's locked.
Ma'am.
Good evening, now.
Huh?
Oh, great. My shadow.
Well, this ought to be fun. You two love each other.
I wish I was outside instead of being cooped up in here.
So, what exactly did Hazel want with you?
Shit.
I'm sorry, but this is between Hazel and me.
I can't believe it. Don't you see what she's doing?
Yeah, she's asking for a little discretion, so what?
We haven't heard from anyone at the party all night. Many of our own didn't make it home. And she's still reigning through division. She's doling out information strategically. It's the worst possible thing to do in a crisis. And we needn't even mention how she treats the Primogen. She straight out refuses to see us.
What's your problem? Is it that she's not talking to everyone? Or that she's not talking to you?
Just stop it. She should be trying to surround herself with everyone's input, not locking herself up in her tower.
Oh, because you would do things differently, perhaps?
That's an understatement.
It is. You would have kept me in the dark.
Could you just stop making this all about you?
That's right. I'm the problem. I've gotta go. I've got stuff to do.
Be careful.
She still cares about her, even though she's a fucking pain in the ass. Oh, hello, nurse. What's this? Examine.
Notes from the Convention of Thorns. A book about alchemy? That's a weird thing to keep. A book about alchemy? That's a weird thing to keep.
Based on the most recent information available, we can draw the following conclusions. Although no official census has ever been attempted, or whatever, at the turn of the millennium, it was commonly believed that there were many more than 200 vampires living in a greater London area.
I'm tired of waiting.
200 vampires? That seems rather low to me. The city's massive size made it relatively easy for newcomers to come and seek their fortune while hiding from the court. As a deterrent, kindred who are not registered with the London court were considered to be fair game from the Scourge and other bounty killers who could practice diablerie.
Why is she keeping us at arm's length like this?
Because she hates you. This practice often deterred newcomers as it has come to involve even the upper echelons of the London Camarilla. Indeed, Queen Anne herself was a practitioner of diablerie, or whatever you... oh my god. Diablerie. It has to be diablerie. I don't know. And for a long time, she took every opportunity to claim the blood of the undesirables. In 2008, mortals reported an uptick in forensic abnormalities, including bodies that temporarily appeared dead. At the same time, the same report was made by the team in charge of the human trafficking case. Thus, these new anatomical suspects are referred to as the infected. It is believed today that this information, which is the most recent in our possession, has been cross-checked by several structures in the country.
Why is she keeping us at arm's length like this? What's she up to?
But must not have been taken seriously by the Queen. London fell the following year, as did Vienna. Nothing more was heard of them overnight. There was no kindred left to tell us what happened. Communication has been cut off since then, and they are too risky. The story of the fall of London gives us hope that mortals believe they have finished us all. Until then, the Camarilla must build an even stronger, more robust masquerade.
I'm tired of waiting.
The quacks in this place. Oh my god. The first kindred in... Okay, you know what? Ugh. The first kindred in Boston was Madeline Coventry, a Tremere elder from the Winchester... Shut it. From the Winchester Chantry in 1635. Shortly after that, the Blue Bloods settled into the city, ruled the entire Massachusetts colony. After driving out the Thaumaturges, the Bruja, the Gangrel and the Malkav families took control of the city during 1783. There was much confusion regarding the distribution of power, and the Tremere returned to the city and created the Boston Chantry. There was also a time when the Sabbat, active in Maine, began to attack Camarilla settlements throughout the Boston area. The Tremere chantries of Boston and Salem competed for dominance for almost half a century. Before the Salem colonies was taken over by the Sabbat in 1831, the children of Malakov took advantage of the turmoil and seized power in 1825. Quentin King III became the prince of the city until his death in 2014, having supposedly given in to the beckoning. Quentin King had to contend with the machinations of the Sabbat, the powerful Giovanni in Boston, and the British settlers who vied for his position. More than a century of secret alliances were forced to pit one group against the other, and eventually defeat them by tearing each other apart. The prince kept the Sabbath horde at bay, in part by accepting the British support of William Biltmore, a member of the American vampires who were unhappy with the British presence. Created the Unhappy with the British presence created the Kindred of Liberty to oppose the colonization in Hartford and in New Haven, resistance was organized under the name of the Gemini League. Oh, man, reading really gets you tired. The Beckoning freed the city from the British influence as well from the control of the children of Malkov, but perhaps the fact that London had not been responding for several years was the reason for the British withdrawal. In any case, Ms. Havel Ivers, a member of the KOL, with the KOL? What the hell's that? Oh, the Kindred of Liberty? Never mind. Naturally rose to the head of domain, restoring Boston to its former glory, long tarnished by her predecessor collaboration with London. Boston was once again American, strong and free. Yeah, I'm sure it was.
Annals on the First Inquisition. How morbid.
I'm tired of waiting.
Shut it, bitch. Treatise on the thaumaturgy. Also known as blood sorcery, this discipline combines vitae and immortal sorcery.
What's she up to?
Kilo ain't to leave this room. There are no known limits to the type of rituals created by the Tremere or their fields of applications. We will focus here on the different branches of this science, which is not exhaustive because few can testify to the secrets of the blood, which is the path of blood, where the powers of vitae can be manipulated. The ritual, where thaumaturgical formulas with innumerable effects are invented and jealousy guarded. Great. Shut up, bitch. Fuck. She came from this way. Ah, interesting.
April, have you seen Jay anywhere?
You can't let her out of your sight for 2 seconds.
The prince sent me to get her.
I can't discuss that with you.
Not that I think in a million years this is what happened, but what if Jay messed up somehow? What would happen to her?
Depends on the mistake and how bad the consequences were. At best, the prince will be mad. At worst,
Destruction?
yeah, there's a good chance of that.
You can tell me. My lips are sealed.
The only way I can make sure you don't talk is to keep my own lips sealed.
Fine. I won't insist. If you see her, tell her I'm looking for her.
Yeah, sure.
What attitude? It's a good thing I was careful earlier.
Priorities.
Hazel's gonna want answers. What a disaster.
Interesting.
What a nightmare.
If only that was true. She's in on this somehow, April. I know for a fact.
Bosley's looking for answers.
Yeah, she's totally in on whatever's going on.
If Zeus had chosen flower to reign over all others, the rose would be queen.
Now you say that, but I doubt that. Shit, there's something else I need to do and I can't do, unless I have to go back further, maybe. Ooh. I didn't even see this before.
Battery's dead.
I don't care about Lazarus room.
I hope you didn't forget anything, Jay.
Grunge not dead?
Zakala saw. Jay always got along well with her sire. Lucky bitch.
The sire is the maker in this case, as opposed to some other stories. Okay.
They can't hurt me. Can I help you?
I didn't think I'd see you again so soon. Did you want something, perhaps?
You haven't seen Journey, have you?
She's not here. It would be a shame if you showed up too late.
Shit.
You rotten son of a bitch. I don't have time for this.
If you say so. The pleasure was mine, ma'am. Say hello to your sire for me.
Yeah, that's fucked up. Do I have any ability points I can put into... No, I don't, of course. Effective gear apply as long as it's equipped. Gear may not be equipped or unequipped during the dialogue. Raises the warmth of hot jazz. Raised on the warmth of hot jazz. MM has kept with this time music synonymous with emancipation, energy, and greatness. Her clubs, the Black Rallies, are embodied of this passion for swing. I mean, I really don't want to use this right now, but I might have to at some point. I can't go up here because it looks like that leads me to the stairs.
I'm sorry, another time perhaps.
Sorry, I'm busy with Ms. Ash.
No, you think?
I'm sorry about before. I'm just a little edgy tonight.
I know. This isn't the first time we've gotten in a fight over nothing. Your child, Imani. She was there. Still no news?
No. Radio silence.
And Hazel refuses to talk to me.
I spent months kowtowing to those Hartford assholes for this agreement.
If she has the info, now's not the time to hold it back.
These Hartford guys. How well do you know them?
Well enough. I won't let things end like that.
I'm looking for Journey. Have you seen her?
No, I'm sorry.
I assume you've already tried her office?
You told me you knew the Hartford Warlocks well.
Yeah, some of them.
I was in touch with their representative, Deneb. He was supposed to replace me on the council.
You're leaving us?
Not really. It's part of the agreement with the Chantry.
Deneb and I were supposed to switch places.
Why was Hazel doing business with them?
She had plans for the blood market in the region. We were meant to be in charge of supplying high-quality blood.
Oh, nice.
They were supposed to take care of stabilizing it, or try at least.
That's nuts. Has anyone ever tried it before?
Never. That's why I'm worried. I don't give a shit about Hartford, but this project is really important.
I understand. Well, I'll leave you to it. I've got to find Jay.
If I see Journey, I'll tell her you're looking for her.
Can I help you?
I guess I had no choice. There's really nothing else to do. I can't go up there. Going back here doesn't do anything. I guess I need to go to the point of no return. I've exhausted all possible locations to try to find information about someone. And it won't let me go up to speak to the fucking prince. Or go up here. Again, I don't think anyone's up there, but no, mind that. Well, let's go up.
Everything's gonna be fine. Calm down. It's locked.
I have a feeling if I up my tech, I probably wouldn't be able to do it.
Nope.
Can't go through there. It's locked. The door is locked. The door is locked.
Shit, I can't pick the lock either. I don't have 3 of these. Do I risk it? Do I risk using that thing and get my shit up? Because this one requires 6 as well, right?
Locked.
That requires 3. That requires 6. I'm gonna risk it. Fuck it.
The door is locked.
Oh, I have nothing in security, so I can't unlock it. Oh, that sucks. Really? Oh, shit, I'm doing it. How much do I have now? It says I have nothing right now? I have 15. I should be able to unlock this, at least. Oh, I get it, because I probably didn't, alright, I guess I don't have any more points to spend since I didn't do it earlier.
The door is locked.
Fuck. Oh well. Fuck it, let's go. Wasted that keycard for no reason.
No fucking way. Shit. So this
What?
is where you've been.
Oh, Jesus, it's you. You scared the shit out of me. How did you find me?
You're really bad at covering your tracks.
Are you alone?
What the hell is going on?
Shit, Mem. It's a fucking nightmare.
The code red is definitely because of the party.
April told me Hazel was gunning for me. She thinks I'm responsible for this shit show.
So, you're hiding in Jory's room?
I'm looking for evidence.
I saw that Jara had the file in the party.
It's got all the contracts and stuff in it that will prove I did my job right.
But I can't find them.
It was my only shot to defend myself against her.
Sure.
Hey, slow down. It's gonna be alright.
They don't have anything on you, do they? No, of course not.
I did everything right, Mem. I was the one who rented the place. Same as always. Rooftop, away from prying eyes. I met with Richard to organize the vessels. I arranged for limos to be sent for the Hartford Chantry. I went through the same secure limo agency as usual. They're ours, so there's no risk. What the hell could have gone wrong?
I don't know. But there's no time to think about it. Hazel wants to see you.
And she asked you?
It's gonna be fine, Jay. I'm sure you can explain everything.
I'm scared, Mem.
Don't worry about anything. I'm here.
I'll follow you.
Oh, but I did the right thing here. Yeah, this Laisha Unstable Seer. Choose a profile. From madness sometimes comes great clarity. A wise prince knows how to recognize this rare talent in the subject and gives them the recognition that others deny. It allows you, sure. Okay. Sure. Obfuscate? Oh boy. Move around, attack it, and mimic someone. Dominate. Ability to command others and turn them into puppets. Yeah, sure, fuck it. For the time being, I'm just gonna leave it like this.
Laisha, it's good to see you.
Be good, sweetie.
How was your reunion with Halsey?
Thank you, Hazel. Your gift was wonderful. You shouldn't have troubled.
You're welcome. We should never have kept you apart for this long.
Good evening, Delsin.
Good evening, Laisha.
How are you feeling?
I feel great. Better and better since I got my little sugar fangs back.
Wonderful.
I haven't seen Richard yet. Does he know I've been released from the Institute?
No.
I'm the prince. It was my decision. He is your psychiatrist, but you don't need his permission for everything.
He wasn't at the party, was he?
I'm searching for everyone who's still missing. Don't worry about him.
Thank you.
Laisha, I know I can be frank with you.
For 4 years, I have been working to heal the city's wounds.
Yeah, right.
You've already helped me avoid traps in the past. You're not like the other children of Malkav. Quentin King knew that.
The Mad King. I remember, yeah.
I had you released from the Institute because your premonitions are the most detailed.
The most accurate. I wanted them to help me understand the Chantry's hand more clearly
before we signed our agreement with them. But this alert changes everything. I need to understand what's just happened. Did you sense anything, possibly about what happened tonight?
I saw images, but they had nothing to do with this party. It didn't make any sense. It was a long, white hallway.
It's a little early for sure, but it's a good start.
I'm sorry, I can't be of more help.
Don't be sorry. There's something else you can do for me.
Your discretion can still be of use to me. I need to be sure that none of the members of my council are going to take advantage of the situation. You and Delsin are the only two people I trust entirely. The members of the council have their council lodgings here. It gives them the impression that they have power, and it means I can keep an eye on them. I'm going to give you the key. Go and see if you find anything that could make me doubt their loyalty. Anything that might make me think there's something in the works.
All right.
Miss Drury burned the midnight oil to make sure this event was secret. I imagine there might be some evidence in the information she gathered. I need it.
All right, consider it done.
You've never disappointed me, Laisha. Please don't start today.
Until then, I hope to have found more information. But above all, don't share what we've discussed with anyone. I don't need more gossip.
Can I take Halsey with me?
Of course.
All right then. I'll be right back.
What was that about? Why did the fucking... It looked like it was hyper... I won't say hyper, but it kind of sounded like the voice was much louder and deeper. And then it cuts off with just being... saying shit like that. So that was happening in between what we were doing, I'm guessing. Oh boy. What? What's happening? Oh no. Wait a minute. You know what's weird? I don't know if you guys saw that, but on my TV screen it showed loading, but on my OBS Studios I can still see the continuation of it. I don't know, I've been having issues with this thing lately. I don't know why. Yep. Something else happened. Just give me a second. I'm trying to, oh my god, my fucking futon. Sorry about that. I was trying to stick it more in, so this used to happen a lot on my, was it the Hauppauge HD PVR or was it the other Elgato? I mean, I can always get another Elgato. It's not really a problem. Interesting ability she has here. They're both invisible? Oh no. They're both in here, but they don't see it. Uh-oh.
That was intense. I have to be careful. Shit, they're gone.
Mom, I'm going to Ritz's to see if he has my teddy. Okay. Come and find me when you're done.
Let's see if Hazel was right. Did Jara leave anything behind? Well, this thing's old. Does she still use it? A log with a list of everything that was checked for the party. Invoices, reservations, rentals. All from our network. It's Journey's. That could be of interest to Hazel.
PWD arrival.
There are traces, but I can't break that illusion. It's much too strong. This is what Hazel asked me to bring her.
Oh boy. Jara, I would have liked to give you this bond that you've been waiting for so long, but I can't bring myself to condemn you to my situation. But don't be afraid, I will never abandon you, Jara, never. We're bound together forever, we are one. Since that first night, that first instant, nothing can keep us apart, I promise. Kay. The fuck is Kay? cool that we get to play with all three characters if that's what's going on. At least in the beginning. Just so we can get a feel for them. Shit. Does all of them have to run so stiffly?
It looks like one of Richard's Rorschach tests. In green. Even with the color, I still see the same things always. Blood.
Yeah, I can see that.
Oh, shit. Locked from the other side.
Nice shower.
Well, this thing's old. Does she still use it?
Hmm. $18.41. Uh-huh. Yes, sir. Caius to me. Caius. Oh, I never could reconsider anything without no evidence. Okay, I got that down, but how do I escape?
Nobody here. I'm going to be able to take a look around Dijon's.
Oh, I completely forgot about she gave me the key. I'm fucking moronic. I'm sorry about that. Alright, let's see here.
The Salem Gazette. Tarot cards. How fun. The Emperor, the Chariot, Temperance. Easy. Dijon is thinking about taking a trip. Just like New Orleans. This is definitely Dijon's place.
Huh. How quaint. And a turtle shell.
He must have done a warlock ritual.
Well, what though?
A bird. Dead.
No, you think? This is what happens when you don't have the proper fucking shit.
It's from an animal. And it's still fresh.
Really? Well, nothing appears to be here for him. Well, we can confirm vampires have a reflection here. I don't think I missed anything. Well, I did. Nostalgia recovering memories and images of her lost past. So ultimately drives Leisha. Yeah. That's where this led. I thought so, but I wasn't sure.
They told me not more than one retainer in the council's hall. I think they were left alone.
Hazel told me to keep a low profile here. This area is reserved for the prince and her primogen. Shit. Hilda's in her office. She's going to see me.
Obfuscate. Unseen passage. Unseen passage allows you to move around without being seen. In this state, it is not possible to physically interact with the environment. You may, however, stealthily read a document or examine an object. This willpower will be... Okay.
I shouldn't get too close. She might be able to sense me. Richard's apartment.
Richard is a primogen?
He didn't change a thing, as usual.
Oh, that's interesting.
Mr. Teddy.
A floppy disk. That's all Richard knows how to use. Maybe I'll find a way to read it.
Oh, the floppy disk. Dear Dr. Dunham, as instructed, I prepared the donors you listed for the unification party. They'll be ready for you to be picked up at 9 p.m. at the Red Saloon.
No, not there.
I think that your guests will be impressed with the quality of vintages you're offering them. I hope that they will fully appreciate the fruits of your labors. Assuming probably in there.
Mr. Teddy. Nothing. It's true that he always saves everything on old media. Only Richard would still use that. Only Richard would still use that.
Dear Miss Iverson, as per your request, Mr. Underwood came to the Red Saloon to carry out a review in view of the collaboration with the Hartford Tremere. We can confirm that the production can triple if we expand operations into our basement. I think it would be wise to create a reserve and allocate only 1/3 of our production to Hartford. We will also provide a temperature-controlled storage area for this purpose. As for your more practical questions, please do not include the formulas I have been able to work out in our dealings.
Be hiding somewhere else.
Mr. Underwood also feels that we need to keep them secret in order to keep the advantage in this arrangement, or agreement rather. We both feel that convincing them to send Tremere to Boston to perform this blood stabilization test would be a better alternative. As for an industrialized production of more than 400 units per week, I prefer to err on the side of caution. I am able to produce everything alone in my laboratory. Aiming for more at the start would require a move and would surely get us noticed by our supplies of raw materials.
Where are you, Mr. Teddy?
I hope to have provided you with the missing information. I hope to have provided you with the missing information for your discussions on this agreement, which, in addition to the giant step forward that will make possible for science, will undoubtedly be dawn of a new Boston under your reign. Sincerely yours.
Richard must have had a breakthrough, if Hazel's interested in it.
She's still in there, so...
Why did you come back? Why? Other than to show that you're doing just fine on your own. If you only knew everything I've done for you. Mem.
Hilda's more concerned with the man than she is with Hazel. I hope she'll be happy to hear that. The other advisors might be hiding things from her.
Oh, it's automatic. I can't anticipate that shit. Okay. You must forgive me, I admit that I went too far, but you left me no choice. You don't understand what's going on inside of me. I can't stand the thought of you. Well, I can't stand the thought of you watching me grow old. Imagining that you'll go on alone without me after I'm gone. I don't want to just tell you that I could die for you. I want to be able to show everything that I died for us. I know you're angry. I understand that you're risking your neck if I keep urging you to make me your partner for eternity without permission. So I ask for it. If you love me, I beg you ask for it, or I'll end up dying anyway. Because without you, life will be of no interest anymore. I know that. Hilda, I love you, and you're the only one who could let me You're the only one who could let me add forever to it, for real. Yo, mem. Aw, how cute. She's obsessed with Mem.
The speculative news from... Oh, he's about as fun as his reading material.
Dear Mr. Underwood, as agreed, here's our payment. Thank you for your confidentiality. You are indirectly contributing to one of the greatest forensic discoveries of our time. And by any chance you still have bloodless bodies in good condition to offer us, please let us know. Wow. Dear Sir, Miss Iverson is on his invite to the Grand Unification Party and President of the representatives of the Hartford Chantry. Your presence at the festival is requested. The evening of blah blah blah.
Alicia. Restricted access means nothing to you, I see. Make yourself at home. Don't mind me. How am I not surprised?
What doesn't surprise you?
For you to turn up at a time like this.
The prince had me released.
Of course, she needs you. I'm guessing she sent you to spy on the council.
What do you mean?
Tell me, do you remember the last time she pulled you out of your musty hole?
It's just that I
don't remember, do you? You're still having those little memory issues, it seems. And I suppose Halsey's here, too.
Of course she is.
The more the merrier.
Don't start with me, Beryl. Otherwise...
Why don't you go out and play in the sun? And let me get back to work.
Work? With everything that's going on, Hazel will appreciate your dedication.
Get out, please.
That's all I'm going to be able to find out about him. Hazel's going to be disappointed. Ugh, impossible. It's locked.
There was supposed to be a party off sites tonight, wasn't there?
I heard there was some problem with it.
Wait a minute. I didn't search this area yet. Search his apartment. What did I miss? I missed something here. is this? I already get this.
He must have done a warlock ritual. This knife has blood on it.
No shit.
A bird. Dead.
Am I missing something here? Oh, interesting. Hidden.
Well, what have we here?
My dear sisters, I hope this letter will reach you quickly. Things are critical here. It appears that we've been the target of a major incident. A code red has been issued and we have not heard from those who have already gone to the party our prince had organized for the unification. This could be in our favor because it's possible that the Hartford Gentry is behind it. Although I have faithfully served my prince's interests while negotiating this treaty, these new suspicions could serve our interests in relation to a particular alliance between Boston and Salem. Rest assured.
He didn't finish his letter. But that'll be enough for Hazel to make up her mind about him.
Okay.
They told me not more than one tale in the council's room.
Where are you, Mr. Teddy?
Fifteen members of the court caught in a sudden collective panic for several minutes. Could the king, our prince, called for investigation, closed on and includes in 1988 to prescribe 10 years. Unknown origin, the servants of the court. Could to hum the same song for 1 hour? Could to bring your king's call on investigation, close up, and include the findings. Unknown origin, the servants of the prince's court is all out hysterical for 1 hour. Ms. Havel Iverson, our prince, reported feeling a sudden and brief mental intrusion during her speech. Call investigation closed after investigation report delivered in person. Unknown origin feeling of imminent death fell by several members of the court lasting several minutes.
You must be hiding somewhere else.
The Hazel Iverson, our prince, closed after investigation report delivered in person. Servants in the primary jail department began vomiting for several minutes. The vessels presented experienced uncontrollable crying fits throughout the night.
Where are you, Mr. Teddy?
Interesting. No.
You must be hiding somewhere else.
I see guilt. Richard often asked me.
Right.
No, he's not there. Where are you, Mr. Teddy? So, did you find your teddy?
No, not yet. I'm not sure he's here. What about you? Did you finish your job for the prince?
Yes, I found something that might be of interest to Hazel.
Does that mean we're going back to see the prince then?
Let's go, Sugarface.
Leisha, I'm all ears.
Everything went all right.
I knew I could count on you. Was Halsey a good girl?
Yes, as usual.
Good. Were you able to find anything interesting in Ms. Drury's apartments?
Yes. There was intel she had gathered on the guests, including those from the Hartford Chantry.
Anything about their regent, Deneb Osborne?
Yes, he seems to be obsessed with memory magic.
Interesting.
I gave everything to Delsin.
Thank you. I'll take a look at it later. Were you able to see or hear anything interesting?
Hilda was in her room. She was acting strangely.
What do you mean?
She was whispering things, talking to a picture of MM.
Touching, but that's of no importance.
At Dijon's, I found a letter addressed to the Salem Chantry.
Did he betray me for the Warlocks?
I don't know. It just said that he's participating in your project. But that he would have preferred an agreement with Salem.
Oh, I understand his recent allusions a little better now. I'm going to need to have a word with him. Go on.
I also found that at Jara's. A file on the party. It's a record of everything Journey did.
That could be useful. Give it to Delsin on your way out. Anything else?
I had a vision.
I knew you would. What did you see? Was I in your vision?
I think it was me. My forehead was on fire.
All right. Do you have any idea what it could mean?
Not in the slightest. Are you disappointed?
The important thing is that you're starting to have visions again.
That's all I was able to find.
I knew I could count on you. Thank you, Leisha.
Richard still wasn't there. Were you able to find out anything else?
Yes. One of my servants just came back from his bar, the Red Salon, as that's where he does his research. I had hoped to find him there. But she confirmed that Dr. Dunham had gone to the party early with a few of his vessels. I'm sorry, Leisha.
No. If he had been destroyed, I would have felt it. I have to go find him.
You're the most discreet of all of us, it's true. But we have no idea what might have happened there. It could be dangerous.
I won't be alone. Halsey will be with me.
Of course. And one last thing. Dr. Dunham wasn't the only one there. There was also Miley, my child. Bring her back to me.
Yes, of course. We'll leave right away.
I wouldn't expect anything less of you. Thank you, Leisha.
Well, this is going great. I was hoping for a little bit more action, but this seems like more that's... It seems like this type of game is more about searching for answers and getting to the bottom of things rather than action. So, at least from this initial scene, I will say if there is action, it is taking a while to find out. Unfortunately, without actual action like Vampire, it doesn't seem like it would have like, well, for some people won't have long-lasting appeal, but this is only like the first 2.5 hours in. It's nothing like, I'm sorry, 3 hours. Each scene ends with an overview of your accomplishments, failures, and what you could have done differently. For each success, your character earns experience and points. Okay, let's see what we got. 0 failure. Okay. That's what I like to see. No failure on this one. Okay. Introspective. -20 to the next experience cost for off-spec discipline. Merciful. 10% success rate in rhetoric tie. Successes. You let the premonition overtake you. You gave the prince the documents that would certainly entertain. Was certainly clear Journey's name. You listened in to hear what was on Hilda's mind. You found a letter from Dajan Sayaka confirming his preference for the Salem Chantry. You told the prince about what was Dajan Sayaka's letter. Alternative, you could have spied on the conversation between Emma and Journey, or you could have discovered barrels under preoccupations. 110 experience. Love it.
Come here.
Yes, you've brought me Journey. I knew I could count on you.
Did you need me for anything else?
Not right now, but I will soon. I have one more favor to ask of you.
I'll be waiting in the next room.
Overview. With her. Traits. Put her in her place. -10 to the next experience cost for mental attribution. Success. You obeyed the prince. Journey followed you to the prince. You spied on the conversation about Journey. You were able to retrace Journey's steps before she left thanks to her scent. Renaissance bonus. Presence. You could have tried to convince Journey to flee. Oh, but that would have been pointless, so 0 failure. Yes. Let's continue, my friend. Of course, I got more experience for the other guy. Oh, now we get to play with this guy for a bit. Okay, I see. Okay, here's the thing. I usually like more action-oriented games, but I don't have a problem with story-based telling. Like, for example, this reminds me of, I didn't play it, but I did watch someone else play because I wasn't sure if I was going to like it or not until Dawn. It kind of feels like that, whereas a lot of multiple choice, your actions will change the outcome. Those type of games are still fine with me just because it's story-based, and I like games with some sort of story. And I did this once in a while. I like to play a game with mindless action like Call of Duty and all that, but by and large, that's what I like. Oh, by the way, shit. I just remembered something. Hold the phone. Crap. I completely forgot about. I completely forgot about the fact that I uploaded videos. I didn't even put the description. I mean, I don't have to right now, honestly. I guess I'll do that later. Alright, fuck it. I'll leave it up for now. I'm not going to get too caught up on that. I'll do that after I'm done streaming. Because no one's going to be watching it immediately anyway, so. So, Caleb Bazori. Mortal kings have their lackeys. The princes of Boston have Caleb's. While rulers come and go, Caleb remains, and his presence tonight is not reassuring. Profile that focuses on dialogue skills and physical attribute also allows you to use the character's aura in conversations. Sounds about right. Veteran. 5 available experience left. I don't know about this. Alright. Where's this part of the area? Oh. So I guess they'll all have different things they have to do.
My prince. Delson.
Zori.
It seems that the Camarilla is in danger. I am at your disposal.
Your sense of duty is a credit to you, Caleb. You haven't lost your touch, I hope. The code red is linked to the unification party with the Chantry. No one there is answering anymore.
What about Hartford? Have you heard from them?
If those dogs had anything to do with what happened, I'll cut their throats myself.
Do you think they might be involved?
I don't know.
How many of us were there?
Probably a good 20, give or take.
Huh.
Dr. Dunham and our top spy, Jara Drury, were already there.
We might have lost 2 members of the Primogen.
It's too early to draw any conclusions.
Where do you want to start?
Can I count on you?
You have no reason to doubt me.
One by one, the Anseli heed the beckoning and go east. You're the eldest in the city now. Don't do this to me. Not now. I would be very grateful to you. And Fang.
How may I be of service?
Go and see Caius, with Jara gone. He's in charge of security. He may have learned something.
You can count on me.
You have my absolute confidence, Caleb.
And her personal bodyguard over there. Alright, so let's play with him for a little bit. The man, the myth, the legend. Bazori. The well-spoken, handsome man, apparently. With good taste of clothing. Burrell Underwood is his child? Ugh. Hilda's his side. She has no child. Laisha. Okay, whatever. I'm not gonna read all his shit right now because, yeah.
Mr. Underwood, I'm sorry, but my instructions are clear.
You little shit.
I'm just following orders.
You have no idea what's at stake. My most honored sire, you're wasting your time here.
I'd forgotten about your abject fawning.
I call it respect. It appears that it's something that sewer rats know nothing about. Apparently, Caius feels he's entitled to refuse to see a member of the Primogen. I won't forget it.
Apparently Caius feels isn't okay. Dialogue powers. Dialogue powers can be used on all compatible dialogue choices. To use dialogue power, you must activate it in the selection wheel, then select a dialogue option. Only one dialogue power may be activated at a time. You may activate or deactivate the power as long as no dialogue option has been selected. Using a dialogue power generates hunger. Yeah, well. Walls of Mind. Increase the success rate by 50% in the skills in the next skill defense tie. Okay.
This isn't just a courtesy visit. You need him.
Oh, don't worry about me. I always manage on my own. Tell me, you haven't introduced me to your charming protege yet.
Zufeng.
Yes, Zhu Feng. A name that's as delectable as her blood, I'm sure. Ah, you're planning to introduce her to the very select club of Caleb Bazori's progeny, aren't you?
get it.
I hope that the prince will allow me to shortly.
I hope so for your sake. Who knows? Dear Hazel is so unpredictable. At any rate, it would be an honor for me to welcome and guide her.
You will speak of nothing with her at all.
Is that an order?
A word of advice.
Oh, pardon me. I fell out of the habit of receiving advice from you so long ago. Well, if you'll excuse me, I must end this ever so pleasant conversation. Need to find a way to avoid losing too much money.
What an idiot.
This is a handwritten list. These names sound familiar.
So familiar.
Mr. Bazori, can I help you?
I need to see Caius.
He doesn't want anyone to bother him.
Prince's orders.
I see. He's holed up in the server room. You'll need a pass to get in. There's one on his desk.
Thank you.
Huh. Must be good having security at night. We're all vampires. 10-year report on mortal evolution and environmental degradation. Pollution and environmental degradation are some of the major problems currently plaguing the planet. These scourges are caused by a variety of factors that adversely impact the basic functions of the ecosystem and thus sustainability of all life, resources, and mortal existence. These environmental problems, especially global warming, are, of course, here we go with politics, are currently very worrying for the future of the planet, and consequently on the maintenance at a satisfactory qualitative level of our blood supply. Several phenomena are responsible for the degradation and pollution of our planet. Overpopulation. It presents a danger for the environment because the increase of pollution of population because the increase of population requires more buildings, more food, which involves deforestation as well as exploitation, and the pollution of the land. Okay, so I do agree with. Okay, that's weird. I do agree with that to an extent. I do believe there's some overpopulation happening here. Because when you really think about it, I've said this before, that makes a point. The increase in population requires more buildings, more food, which also involves deforestation. Unfortunately, because of that, more people means they have to.
Nobody's answering there either.
It also forces. Okay, hold on. Can I pause this like this? No. Let me do this. It also kind of forces you to mass produce, breed livestock, which is not good. We've seen what happens in slaughterhouses. So in a lot of respect, overall, I do agree in some respect to that, but I don't know how to solve that other than people stop having children, which I don't know how well that's going to pan out. But again, it's something we do have to look into, especially in real life, obviously, but it's going to be hard.
Shit. What? Ross didn't make his report.
Detritus and waste produced by humans are a major cause of environmental degradation. It comes from an intensive and unreasonable production of chemical products. This waste from industrial activities, factories, and hospitals is a source of toxic emissions. Large-scale production is also a threat
it looks like everything is in order here.
Threat to environment because it leads to air, water, and soil pollution, as it has a direct effect on humans, animals, and plant health. I agree with that, but I don't know how to go about fixing it.
If you want to talk, go see Mr. Leto.
Biggs, fuck off. What the fuck is up with these girls? And guys, why do they look like that? Oh. There we go.
That's a bad sign.
Okay, I don't understand. I think these guys are supposed to be security. Why are they fucking talking about that shit?
What? Ross didn't make his report.
That's his server room. I think that's where he's at, right? Find chaos. Okay, but what's in the other door?
Caius's office. The key card must be in there.
Aha. There's a consumable item. Interesting. Mark Nightingale eliminated. Janine Jones, okay. Clark Fitzpatrick eliminated. Rudy Blake to check. Michael Dagg to check. Robert Arctor, okay. William Nuno's, okay. Stella Page eliminated. Anthony Vernon eliminated. Lorraine Moss to check. Donna Lahane to check. Lois Holman to check. Jonathan Dick, okay. Travis Gilmore eliminated. Julius Fields, okay. Norma Fields, okay. Kyle Yates eliminated. David Yang to check. George Park eliminated. Patrick Moores, okay. Paul Nantius to check. Stephen De Bruyne, or however it's pronounced, to check. Nora Watson to check. And Jim Black, okay. That's cool.
These screens aren't going to watch themselves.
Go eat my left nut.
Security has been increased to the maximum. I've never seen anything like it.
I have. Well, there's the magnetic key to get to the server room. So we had to come in here anyway, see? So it was good to explore. Wait a minute. A password, huh? Might be a password out here I can use. Not on that, of course.
Nobody's allowed to go in or out. I don't like the sound of that.
I do. Now shut up.
Blood tests from the Red Salon.
Shit.
She always said she preferred paper to digital.
Wanting curved batteries? What the fuck did that say?
Mr. Bazori, I need to focus.
You can focus on my... Wait, what? Caught myself. Shit.
Fuck. How long has it been since we've had an alert like this?
I've got no idea.
It looked like it auto saves, so still.
We're stepping up security on every floor.
Very good. Oh. I don't have something particular that gives me okay. Whatever. I feel like I'm missing something to get that fucking thing going.
Mr. Underwood slammed his door. That's a bad sign.
Blood tests from the Red Salon.
I don't really have time for this.
All females? Really? He listed all females as a security. Okay.
Were you able to reach your contact? No, still nothing. I don't like this.
This idiot. Oh, hey.
If I talk to you, Mr. Rito will tear me a new one.
Of course, that's the point.
I'm working on something important.
Yeah, I'm sure you are.
A list of ingredients and side effects. These servers hold all of our secrets. I understand why they're so well protected.
All of our secrets, you mean 7405? I highly doubt that's the passcode, but let's just try it anyway.
Shit. What? Ross didn't make his report.
Huh. No, that's fine. I'm trying to cheat. That doesn't even make sense. How do you get the password to that? I got to the other one because it was I eventually found it, but I'm not gonna look it up. Really. I know I need to use it. I know there's something invaluable I can use this for. Put docs to archive. Monitoring political stress levels? What the fuck? This makes me wonder, is this really what's going on in today's world?
It's gonna be a long night. Luckily, it looks like everything is in order here.
Biggs, fuck off.
As expected, nobody's answering there either.
Fuck. Let's see here. No, I'm not looking it up.
What? Ross
Just so you
didn't
guys
make his
know.
report.
Just checking something on a different thing. Alright. Oh, fuck it, let's go. Oh, I can't go back up to this? Shit.
saw that.
If Joy isn't here, but so far we're doing
7405.
Dejan wanted to warn us about the Hartford Chantry's favorite rituals. He doesn't trust Danette Osborne. A list of ingredients and side effects.
Nobody's allowed to go in or out. I don't like the sound of that.
nothing new on the police scanners. They're always one step behind. Keep it up. As expected, nobody's answering there either.
Watchstirred camera 0203, is that what it says?
security has been increased to the maximum. I've never seen anything like it.
Are you supposed to be here?
Are you supposed to ask questions? Shut it, bitch. Damn it, I thought that was the password.
Mr. Underwood slammed his door. That's a bad sign.
It's gonna be a long night.
It must be here. I must not see it. I must not be seeing it.
Nobody's allowed to go in or out. I don't like the sound of it.
Alright, fuck it. I'm actually looking it up. Well, at least the general area.
Fuck. How long has it been since we've had an alert like this? I've got no idea.
You ain't as fucks. Great, I can't have fucking ad blocker on when I'm viewing the site.
Mr. Underwood slammed his door. That's a bad sign.
Okay. Fuck it, I'll just do this. Alright, so it's back in the server room. Somewhere.
These servers hold all of our secrets. I understand why they're so well protected.
Supposedly it's in here. I don't know where though. I don't see it though.
Okay. Nothing here.
What the fuck is that?
There's no room for error. I don't think I'm the person you need.
Really?
Did you back up 14C?
Not yet. Is it urgent?
You could say that.
Transfer in progress.
Wait, what? I don't see it here.
As expected, nobody's answering there either.
Oh boy.
Nobody's allowed to go in or out.
Oh. Oh, it won't be there. Oh, okay. Oh, she looked it up. I mean...
Luckily, it looks like everything is in order here.
Oh, wait, there's a fourth Mass Effect coming out? Ooh. I just saw a fucking, thing about it.
Were you able to reach your contact? No, still nothing. I don't like this.
Alright. Looks like you can only get the password later on. Oh. Let's talk to him and get going.
I imagine she sent you. Finally, some good news on this shitty night.
What's the situation?
Not good. Not good at all.
The prince needs more than that. I hope you've got it.
You want details.
And you're the one who received the code red, personally.
It arrived directly here. It's authentic. I verified it.
Tell me what happened.
Everything was going as planned until 11:10 p.m. The prince's child, Miss Sellers, contacted me. The Hartford Warlocks had just arrived. That's the last time we heard from any of them. Less than 20 minutes later, we received the code red, just as we were leaving to join them.
Who sounded the alert?
A man named Wu. Ever heard of him? A retainer, one of Jason Moore's bodyguards.
Moore, the asset manager. What was he doing at the unification party?
He was supposed to answer technical questions about the financial viability of the agreement. Moore is good at hiding our kind trafficking. He's one of them, after all.
Kind trafficking? Wait a minute. Is he suggesting that they were trafficking vampires as well in this world? Holy shit, that's fucking stupid.
Anything that could be of interest to the prince?
I'm working on it. Jara Drury is the expert, not me. If only she was here.
Any word from Hartford?
Do you think it's them?
It would be ill-fated.
I knew we should never have trusted those damn warlocks.
Any movement with the Anarchs?
As usual, they're keeping their distance. You know it's always a pain in the ass to locate them.
Any sign of Jara?
Nothing at all. And that's not good. According to the protocol, she should have been there early. If they got hit, she would have been first in line. There's one thing we haven't considered. The Crimson Oaks.
They were behind the Quincy Market attack, weren't they?
I don't have any proof. We just caught a Finnblood who wanted to trap the prince, and who told us about them. Apparently they're new in town, but Mr. Rory thinks he's giving us the runaround.
Did you look into it?
I tried, but I didn't have the resources to discover anything else.
Leave no stone unturned.
Hello? You. It's about damn time. Shit. What? You're... Hello? Damn it! I lost them.
Who was it?
Whoa. Shit. Now it's just ringing.
What did he say?
The party was indeed attacked. Apparently it was a real bloodbath. He and James had just enough time to get more out. They're stopping by his place to pick up some sensitive documents.
And then what? Are they coming here?
I don't know. We got cut off.
Call him back. I'll inform Hazel.
This is a critical moment for us. I have summoned you here tonight to organize our reaction to an imminent threat.
What threat exactly? We've got no reason yet to
Cut
think...
her off again and I'll slit your throat.
Oh! Excuse me!
Careful, Hazel.
How dare you speak to me like that?
Enough! I command you to be silent and listen to me.
Oh, so that's how it is.
That's enough, Beryl.
Yes, it's come to this. You would do well to listen to your sire. We have just been attacked. This is not a time for childish displays of discontent. Caleb, the code red was sent by Wu. Go to Moore's and find out what's going on.
As you wish.
And bring Moore back to me. He was supposed to be at the party. I don't understand why he's the only one who was able to call us. I would like to speak to him very much.
Consider it done.
I trust you. He might be involved in this. So
wait a minute, whoa. Now I'm thinking about it, I recognize the voice actor. Isn't that what's his face? Shit. Oh, what the hell? Now I need to look it up. The voice actor who played Pagan Ming. He's very famous, or at least he's somewhat famous. Troy Baker. That's probably Troy Baker's voice. I wouldn't pass that up to think that's Troy Baker's voice. He has a very distinct voice tone that he uses. Consider it done. But it could just be that accent that's throwing me off.
you'll gather any documents you can find there that could tie us to him.
Very well.
Delson, see if you can get Caius to find us a new middleman in the cane business to manage our interests. I don't want to take any chances. Then, I want you to talk to everyone. Somebody must have seen or heard something. Dejan, make sure all our defenses are in place.
Yes, Hazel.
MM, you will go to the old Jefferson Library.
What's there?
That's where the Hartford Chantry calls home here. I gave them the building so they could have a base in Boston.
I demand to take her place.
Request denied.
What game are you playing, Hazel? It's a suicide mission.
It's all right. I got this. I'm not made of sugar.
She's not ready for this kind of mission. I should go with her, at the very least.
No, you will remain here. And Mem goes alone.
Why don't you send Dijon instead?
Enough, Hilda. Dijon has work to do elsewhere, and I don't need to explain myself.
Hazel, if anything happens to her, I'll...
Nothing, Hilda. You'll do nothing. It's high time you learned to trust her.
Which one of us are you planning to send to the party?
She's already left.
What? Who?
I sent Leisha.
Are you serious? A few hours ago, she was snoozing behind locked doors in a psych ward.
You're playing a dangerous game, Hazel. Without us, you would never have come into power.
You've chosen the worst possible moment to turn your back on us.
On the contrary, I find this moment very appropriate. I am the Prince of Boston, and you are the Primogen. I owe you nothing. Delson, escort them out. The session is adjourned. You all have your instructions.
Huh. Wow. That's cute. A gathering of beasts. Chatterbox. You could have learned more about Caius Leto's investigation. You could have learned why Barrel Underwood was there. I gained 0 experience points. I couldn't do anything. I'm not gonna restart. Fuck all that. That's stupid. So, level selection. Each one has its own level. So I'm guessing in this game you can play with all 3, but depending on which location you go to, each one has their own mission, so I have 3 different locations. Unknown. After the code was issued, Hazel Iverson, the Prince of Boston, mobilized all her resources to try to understand the situation and assess the extent of the danger. The unification agreement is in danger. Faced with mounting doubt and suspicion from both sides, MM must meet with Deneb Osborne to clarify the situation and ensure that the alliance still stands. We're gonna go with MM because I have a hard-on for her. But we're not gonna play it right now. I'm actually gonna take a break here. So I'll wait till it's finished loading. Or whatever. Continue. I have 90 available. Alright, so here's what I'm thinking. Put that in security. Let's go to disciplines. $25 for the second one. Celerity. Ooh, that costs a whole pretty penny, huh? Holy butt munchers. Alright. Okay, that's it. Everything else requires 30, unfortunately. And all those other ones cost too much. Torador.
Unification, huh? That's gonna take care of it. We're all gonna pay for what you've done. Nothing you'll remember.
No! Don't leave.
Suicide mission might be correct. Oh! So it's one of these type of prisons.
Shit. What the hell is going on?
I wasn't aware we just stepped into the prison of Far Cry 4 with Pagan Man and the other fucking dumb bitch. If I can remember her name. It's on the tip of my tongue. Started with a Y, I think. Wow.
Prison? What am I doing here? I have to get out of here.
Alright, that pretty much ends this off today. I'm probably going to play another couple of hours of Mass Effect after taking a 15-minute break. Or I'm going to try to anyway. I don't know if I'm going to crash and burn them by then. But anyway, guys, hope you guys enjoyed this first part. 3.5 hours, if not 4 hours of... Actually, it's 4 hours now. Of this game. This game, of my initial impressions thus far, is pretty interesting. I actually like it. Not heavy combat oriented. Not one of those type of games. But at least it's not like the MMO. So, actually, just give me 1 second. Sorry about that. Anyway, though, with that being said, next time we come back to this game, whatever that is, we're gonna continue more with this this part of this mission of escaping here. But until then, I'll see you guys next time on part 2. See ya.